the fuck out of bed, bitch. Go. Get up, and then they got go on. Time to wake up, bitch. Get up. Get up. Get up.
Good morning, everybody. Ding ding. X. Not a lot of change there. Alright. QQQ dropping into open. That's a bit odd. Boring. Amazon falling into open. Apple holding up. Yeah, Tesla, Netflix. Ooh, rough. Let's see how long this upside push can sustain for. Because the 30 years up 80 BPS already this morning. TR is the true king, and Cat is its gap drop. No, I hate bulls. I don't think very much of this is being driven by call interest, but okay. Can you flip the chart upside down? Thanks. Good morning, Odorous Dan. Yo, Guac, we gonna moon today? I don't think so. But we might test like 155 here. Maybe 160. Those don't look so hot. Well, maybe 155. We'll see where QQQ goes. I think QQQ has more upside potential than SPX here anyway. I love bulls. Another chance to buy puts. Does this fail here? It could. We're kind of at the top of the 0 DT call interest, so unless we see more coming in, I think it's a distinct possibility. A big gap from the 25th to the 26th on ES. Dude, that's filled, man. Like, as far as the MM is concerned, they weren't going to carry the bag 200 basis points to the downside. Like those losses are realized. Ban dork? Why? Oh, I'm gonna sneeze. That's not gonna be good. And it's gonna do exactly what you said it would do in the table you published checks notes 12 minutes ago. Well, we'll see. I mean, more call interest can come in here, but this is a resistance both on ES and SPX. So if this starts to thanks trash. If this starts to become more heavily sold calls than bought calls, yeah, we could turn around pretty quick. I'm not sick. I have allergies. That's the other time of the year where I have allergies is when everything dies. I will not spend 10K on options in the opening 10 minutes. Just lose your password again. Much better. Although it doesn't sound as compelling. I didn't go skiing. Now my password is my face. Allergic with 2 C's. It's more accurate at least. Big's still going down. Really running out of call interest though. Guess I'll wait. Goodbye for TAC. I feel like the DD on that covered all the bases, but it is within my price target range. Although I would like it nearer the bottom. I don't see any immediate resolution to the issues with yen, so I have no reason to plow money into it just yet. So puts at 41.50. What? Have you tried the chakra opening potential of lavender essential oil? I haven't. I did just like the stream today because of the stream card. If there were more than 1.5 people still active in the Louvre, I'd try to get a strike going. Shit happens. I was tired. I don't know what to tell you. I'm at Meta up 257%. Or 257 basis points. $7.32. Okay. Cool. Is Netflix being crimed in the green direction? No, it was set up for a bounce. We discussed this yesterday. It's using, first of all, using the AI to generate images of pickles and pickle centaurs pickles holding meatballs and cats with dicks, is how we're undermining the AI industry by ensuring that all of the compute time that they pay so much money for is wasted on complete nonsense, and that future generations of generative art users will all have dicks in all of their pictures. Hey, no one's paying them trash. We're the product. I had a girl over, so I didn't put the stream on yesterday. Can you give a 10-second recap? Yeah, I discussed the self-confidence of the aging American male and why you shouldn't feel threatened by a streamer you've never met who didn't sleep with your girlfriend. Wouldn't downside? I don't know. We could just get more upside. Are you prepared for that, at least mentally? What do you think of Etsy right now? I mean, I kind of think the same thing about Etsy that I've always thought about Etsy. Why? What if we're not streamers and we have ambiguous relations with said girlfriend? Are we still a threat? Apparently not. Friendometer full bear. Because people turn to it in bad economic times to make money on the side. The fact that people ever bought things on Etsy was proof that JPOW printed too much money. What do you make of the deal with $0? Still not. Wait, what? What deal with $0? What are you talking about? Was a company called $0? Oh, oh. Are you talking about the REIT? You described it so many different ways. Okay. What about it? I mean, do you think it's not going up anytime soon? If that's what you're thinking. I mean, not substantially. The real estate industry is fucked. Why are you buying REITs while the real estate market's crashing? JPO's methodology is flawed and might need to push rates to 7%. Why pass up hiking this week versus hiking now and pausing next FOMC? I mean, we'll see what they're going to do. The market's expectation is that they won't hike. I would say that they have an opportunity to, but JPO's a little bitch. And in light of that information, I don't think we should expect too much from him. Morning, D-Engineer. Why isn't GME going up with the market? I don't know. Who cares? Ah, yes. Amazon up 2.5% already. Fantastic. A big old Mag 7 pump. So one of my friends wants to buy a house, and she said that if rates are high, she will refinance later down the line. What is the flaw in this mindset? She's assuming that the equity in her home is going to go up exponentially as she owns it over time. And the reality is the equity in that home is more likely to go down over time and then maybe recover later. So at the point where she's going to refinance, rates may be roughly the same as they are now, possibly higher, and the equity in the home will have dropped. And that she'll keep her job through probably at least higher levels of unemployment. I don't like this. Hmm. Okay, so more call interest is starting to build to the upside. So this is what I'll do. Sell. Vertical 10. Hmm. 1 second. Hmm. 50, 60. This is looking like they're going to build a ramp to the upside towards 4,200. What does build a ramp mean? Build higher and higher interest on the call side at staggered strikes up to 4,200. So that the delta of the position looks like a ramp. This isn't overbought. Yeah, I don't think it's going to stagnate all that much. At least not yet. We've got quite a lot of out of the money call interest over the last 5 minutes. I do like that Tesla's failing. Do you think they can sustain this pump for long? Well, they don't have a lot of pressure on vol yet. Dollar's kind of coming back up. That could pressure some things. The 5 and 10 year have moved up quite a lot today. That might pressure some other things. Although the 2 year is still moving up higher than the 10. So the spread there is not really collapsing or anything. We'll see. Maybe we'll see some call selling. That's what I'd be looking for to kind of stifle the upside move here. I think the big concern is blowing out short calls at 160 to 170. Like the ones that were sold last Friday. If those don't get blown out, it might not be such a big deal. But if they do, there'll be liquidity to push it higher. The Bears will probably step in and gobble the out of the money calls. Well, that would be the hope. Yeah, that'd be cool. Does the call side ramp imply constant upside pressure? Scaling upside pressure. So the higher it moves, the more pressure there is to move it higher. If we're thinking about it from, like, think about the meatball again. And it's, you know, it makes it easier to roll the meatball uphill. You want to see something funny? Look at SoFi. Why did it pump so hard? Did they have did they have earnings today or tomorrow? Oh, they had earnings today. But they lost less money. They expected 7 cents a share loss, and they only lost 3 cents a share. Someone fill me in on the meatball metaphor. I was trying to explain gamma curve to people who don't know calculus. Is SoFi a good short target? Probably not. No. It's just also not a good long target. Spaghettifus rolling his meatball eternally uphill. Yes. Call buying. Now put selling. Put buying? Put buying, call buying? Who the fuck is doing that? Hold on. The seasonality people are posting their dumb chart again. This won't last long. The seasonality people are astonishingly stupid. 1 second. All right. Okay, this is looking a little better. All right, so call buying is leveling off, but so's put buying. Seems there's quite a lot of put buying there on the test. A second test. Interesting. 4160 puts and 4170. All right. Better for whom? Okay, well, I don't actually have an answer to that. I mean, I have a lot of long dated puts, so me. Oh, weird. Yar, make the SPX walk the plank and banish it out to the watery depths. Yeah. Are we doing a pirate thing today? BOJ news to allow 10-year to exceed 1%. When did that come out? That's in advance of their rate decision tonight, they announced that? Or is that just like is like Nikkei news? Okay, it's first of all, it's a 10-year Japanese bond, not 10-year Nikkei. But is it per Nikkei? Nikkei was the one that reported the YCC change in advance last time. Per Nikkei. Okay, there we go. All right. Thank you, Darb. And DS as well. That's bearish. Trash, I'd ask if you were drunk, but I know the answer is yes. What's going on with your Tesla charts? I don't see wicks like that on mine. I don't know. Where are you getting your data from? It's either a product of having more exchange data or less. Moderately hungover and haven't slept or away. You don't generally find decks on the open sea. I think they wouldn't like the salt water. Discord's not working. It's actually working. I just forgot to unmute it. So, yeah. Seafaring moose are a real thing. I saw a video where an orca ate one once. We're part of the crew. I see. Netflix re-entry soon? Maybe. It's kind of getting near there. I might be a little patient. Why the fuck am I looking at SoFi? Whose idea was that? It's like a video where a moose goes in the ocean and then an orca fucking comes up and eats it. Do you think GME earnings will be a good play? Why? I thought you meant it ate a duck. No. Once again, ducks don't like the salt water. Orca video for anyone curious. Excellent job, Fluffy. The sea calls to us. I don't know what to do with all this pirate talk. Shut up, Grim, too. Watch the fucking stock market. Volume's pretty low on SPX, isn't it? It's not that low. Volume on futures is actually pretty decent. Mallards are fine with salt. They don't go... Why do you know so much about which ducks are okay with salt water? Ducks float better in salt water? Like witches? We're not playing a sea Santee. The most reliable indicator are your tips. Thanks. Selling my GME position for a huge loss. It can go to 2150 now, so everyone else can get out too. How kind of you. Yuta, just wake up. I don't know. Apparently Nikkei is reporting that Japan's gonna lift their yield curve control policy completely on the 10-year. Which, crazy if true. Gotta love the tips. They're pretty fucking great. If only they weren't so goddamn agnostic. Have you ever seen a duck get frozen into the ice? It's sad. No. We fill 4150. Are we looking for the gap fill? Yeah, absolutely. Okay, put buying's picking up again. That's so weird. Put's now building a bit of a ramp down to 4150. 4140. Ooh. I don't know if I can trade markets where there's bears. I forgot how. I thought we were just supposed to buy a call it open and wait till it was green. Can you talk about Siri for a moment? Both mid and long term. It's kind of shit now. It'll probably also be kind of shit in the future. Somewhere in between here and there, they may back out of the long short trade with Liberty Media Group's holdings. Try this. Buy a put it open, wait till it's green. That's crazy talk. BOJ likely to more flexibly conduct JGB buy operations. Okay. What do I know about geology? How low can Fubo go? I don't know. How low is it? Lower? The next resistance is at 213. Then 206. Then 199. Then 190. Yeah, I mean, 96 cents isn't impossible. Makes being shorted so hard. It's not even funny. It's just sad. It's really not being shorted at all right now. Ooh, even more put buying. Am I in the wrong business here? Hold on. Did we reach the top? We may have, yeah. The YCC announcements are bearish as fuck. Hmm. Hmm. Well, this is fun. It's awfully early in the day for the Bulls to be losing already, Dork. Can you point me in the next meme stack direction? These 2 to 3% gains and losses per day is not stimulating my gambling addiction. I need that 25 to 30% range. Have you ever traded SPX? It MOASSes every day. Ah, shit. I've been busy banging my head on my keyboard. Oh. Stop that. Huh. No, I must make squiggle. Okay. Last time I heard MOASS, I lost 70%. That's 40% more than I'm ready to lose again. All right, fair enough. Well, the dispersion trade's breaking down, so maybe in a few months you'll start to see more OPEXs happening on stocks again. At least on equities. I have a lot of calls falling off now. No, not so much. There's been a bunch of call selling. Write your bear signal puts? I mean, you could. Yeah, that's an option. I don't think we're at my bear signal, but are we? No. Bear signal's definitely at ES 4141. That's ES, that chart, by the way. Je vais. CCO uranium earnings coming up. Yeah. If I buy puts, will it save America? Not as much as shorting US Treasuries will. Buying 0 DT on SEX at the end of day under $1 and then those options going over $10 has to be better than the feeling you get from doing math or heroin, I assume. Yeah, yeah. Okay. Well, maybe. I've never tried meth or heroin. So I'll assume, sure. But definitely not. No. Well, he wrote it with a 3. What's exposure to blind shorting? Something like TBT? Okay. I don't know of any secret BlackRock cocaine laboratory. This looks like it's gaining momentum to the downside. Well, it's sure trying to. $41.40 is kind of where the put interest starts to die off here, so we'll have to see if more put buying continues. But we could stabilize here for a minute. Huh. Maybe it's the way it's running through the loop, Dork. If any of this 4140 POI was bought Friday, they've got a long way to go to break even. Some of it was on the chain over the weekend, so yeah, you're not wrong. But I suppose they could just sell more calls and try to push it in the money that way. It was the over the weekend bear song playing Wessels. I just moved to Thinkorswim. Does anyone have any helpful tips for optimizing the platform? I don't. Carl, talk to Windmill. Windmill Willie. He loves optimizing platforms, and he uses TDA. Man, this got ugly quick. There's some 41, 25, 20, and 15 put buying, but not a ton of it. Let's see how volume's looking. Yeah, put volume's starting to pick up. That's kind of cool. Hmm. We're looking on yields. All right, 5 years now up 1%. The 20 years almost at 100 BPS. The 10 and the 5. The 10's back above 4.9. The 5 years at 4.827, so up 126 BPS on the day. Correlation starting to turn around a little bit. Yep, vols remaining positive. So still have that backwardation going on. Ooh, someone's pushing the carry trade a bit, dork. Tesla 200p weekly is a bad idea here. So not necessarily. Oh, Vix is doing weird shit. What's going on? Hold on. Okay. Still more calls being sold. That looks bearish. The fuck are they trying to protect? People are either entering or exiting big positions. Wow, popcorn. I think you're ready, man. You figured it all out. Popcorn win quant. I am quant at heart. I know you are. I mean, filling this gap's exceedingly bearish. We'll start to pick up downside momentum again and get dragged down to the 4100 level. If we fall below 4505, it gets ugly. Like, really ugly. Like Friday, but maybe worse. What an interesting start to the day. 4105. So it looked like Tesla 200p weekly. It was indeed a good idea. Hmm. Yeah. Yeah, it does look that way. Like that. Oh. Huh. Dallas came in worse. How much worse? Ooh. That's ugly. It not only worse than analyst expectations, but worse than the prior month. That's 3 consecutive months of retraction. Ugly. How illiquid is Fubo today? Liquid enough for them to short it. Don't get me wrong, I'm all for this making money hand over fist stuff. But can we actually still society with all this incoming discombobulation? We might have to figure out different or hopefully better ways of doing it. That was on a today time frame right up until Nikkei announced that Japan is probably going to do some yield curve control tonight. And that kind of turned all the bullish sentiment right the fuck back around. I clicked like on the stream extra hard today. Thanks, California Pizza is best. On a scale of water to Vaseline, how illiquid is Fubo? Water-based lubricant? RSP filling its morning gap is bullish, right? Sure, man. The guys at our dividend aren't doing so hot with the O news. Yeah, I've seen them freaking out. It's pretty funny. Value investing found out about the inelastic market hypothesis last night, and they were like guffawing at it, which I thought was hysterical. Just, yeah, it's more of a pudding consistency. I find the entries during the motor oil phase are best, but not like 0W20, like 10W30. Wall Street Bets is still trying to do fibs and TA on VIX. Oh, we got goodies. Oh, that's dense. Okay. Okay. Does viscosity knowledge finally get my resume accepted at BlackRock? Hold on. All right. That's not a prank, Trash. What did you do, Popcorn? I don't know, but it wasn't good. Well, it usually isn't. Thoughts on GME CSPs for December? Too early? Do, do you want to own it? No, no, it's no. All gaps don't get filled, not even in theory. And gap theory is bullshit. Market makers are incentivized to fill gaps in the near term to cover losses on arbitrage and the spread. After enough time has passed, the loss is just going to be realized. Nobody's carrying years old gap losses on GME. Is the market waiting on data or just being a deck? It's not waiting on any data. We just ran into some resistance because there wasn't a lot of liquidity for the bear side below 41.40. Although that's slowly ticking up. And so they're building out some liquidity. And then we can move down even further. What about Crean's gap? Will it be filled? Yeah, probably. Repeatedly, I'd imagine. Super stock are. Oh. Thank you for educating me. I'm getting smarter. Awesome. Where's the point to go long TLT? When the Fed says no more hikes or when the Fed starts cutting? I mean, when the Fed starts cutting, ideally. Or if the market crashes. Because that'll then lead to the Fed cutting. Can we watch Tesla in the bottom right? Yeah, I don't see any reason to watch GME. Yeah, this fucking 200 Tesla puts, not bad. If I donate $12 to $70, will you buy one GME share to have in your positions? No. Gross. I'll buy it at this price. GME missing a gap to 10,000? No, it's not. Looking back, was SS a cult? I remember there was a lot of butt stuff. It's a distinct possibility, yeah. If it wasn't a cult, it became one, and not the good kind. Gherkin, almost GME sell time? I think if it falls below 12, yeah. Oof, bulls are so shitty. Oh, because of the pumpy candle? Yeah, they suck balls. But what are you gonna do? Oh, that doesn't even look like call buying. That was just some puts closing. It still looks pretty gross. Is there such a thing as good Colts? I think so. Uncharacteristically semi-serious question. When folks mock Bloomberg and ask what will break, what's the joke slash implication? I have no idea. I don't know the context. Weak bears, kind of unprepared, yeah. Why did the market drop 2 weeks ago? Because yield premiums are skyrocketing. Like US Treasury yields on the long end of the curve have been going up, which pressures long vol convexity hedging, which is, you know, people going long VIX, and then generally VIX is inverse equities. The dollar kind of plays a role there as well. Aren't we in a not good cult? Oh yeah, this is the worst kind of cult. My brother was in one. They did lots of white powder. So snowboarding. I think a small caveat regarding GME selling time. Gherkin has a negative cost basis, plus other implications. This does not mean that people with a cost basis of 25 should start selling. Nobody should ever do what somebody else does in the market purely for the sake of copying them. But yes, you're correct. My incentive is different. So looking bearish here, if calls started to pick up again. No, not calls, but some puts sold off. Not a lot of changes in positioning. A few more puts at like 25, 20, and 15. A few more puts at 41.50 as well. But Jimmy's tips are not exciting right now. Thanks, Brett. Why don't you excite them? I can't. That's not like what I do. I just watch them. You want me to twerk for them? Never mind. Don't answer that. This puts that took profit might have killed our chances for more downside. I kind of doubt that. My coworkers said Ford will never go down. Didn't they file, like, come close to filing bankruptcy in the financial crisis? But the last financial crisis? Netflix puts. Okay. I got some earlier. Ooh, there's some VIX shorting. Not a lot of it, but a little bit. Came close but didn't. GM and Chrysler actually did. Well, they'll get a chance this time around. I take my hat off like 15 times a day. No, I'm not bald. I have lots and lots and lots of hair. I keep it under the hat because it's a mess. Thanks for asking, though. Cybertruck really gonna eat into the F-150 sales? No. Have you seen that thing? It's ugly as fuck. How do you know it's VIX shorting and not call buying? Well, first of all, call buying doesn't generally drive the VIX down. Or, well, at least not very much. It'd be like a kind of a tertiary effect. Also, I can see puts being sold. You're not Barry, Tim. Nice try. I'm bald. Now everything makes sense. This next round of market sad and recession, is there going to be even more monopolistic cannibalizing of these megacorps, Mag 3 by 2025? Probably, yeah. I don't know. We'll see. Maybe we'll break them up. Maybe people will get pissed. I doubt it, but you never know. Ban whoever asked about being bald. That's where I draw the line. Pi-Fi has beautiful locks of hair. It's probably just like a super stonker that's mad that GME is $12.50. I told him not to DRS. They just kept doing it. SPY having liquidity problems today? Yes. But it's been having liquidity problems for a couple of months now. Are they worse today? A little bit. Well, YCC news is not bullish. I only assume the hair exists. It's black hair on a black background. I'm not convinced. That's fair. What about the perm? Wig? Yeah. You got me. Can't prove it that way. You'll just have to fly to New York and grab a bunch of it for yourself. I know of a guy who knows a guy who can take care of the guy that asked if you were bald. I don't think he needs that kind of help. Maybe just some counseling. They already decide on BOJ rates. So Nikkei published a report that they're uncapping the yield on the 10-year Japanese bond, which is, whoo boy, gonna be fun. I didn't invite you, Talking Goat. Open the merch shop, but only sell locks of hair. No, this place is already too weird sometimes. I still have 2 shares stuck in the infinity pool because I put down the wrong middle initial on my CS account. I gotta wait for it to be worth more than it will cost to fix the clerical error. You're gonna be waiting a long time. Notary services are not getting cheaper. That's bold talk for a man who's only 27 hours away by train. That's a long fucking train ride. When's Halloween? Tomorrow? Fuck. I'm unprepared. There's not going to be any contest, and no one's getting a month of Pigeon Whale. How low can O go? Do I want to bother making a prediction on it? Probably not. I might consider starting to pick some up around like 27. $27.05. I've not gotten a fill on my Friday sped. I've been trying to sell for over an hour. Yeah, that's a little frumpy. Ew. Why is it doing that, dork? Fucking goddamn call wall at 4130. That's that's not true. Markets are not closed for Halloween. Oil getting hammered. Yeah, that's pretty rough. Israel pull out of Gaza or something? So if I beat the loss estimate and it's now lower than yesterday, well, they're still not making money, right? More profit taking? No, a little bit of actual long side interest here. Not much, but a little bit. It seems to be more important on ES. Obviously, the involvement of other Middle Eastern nations in the conflict is going to send oil prices to core of the earth. So the JP 10-year can make as much white as it wants now. Well, it's not official yet, but according to the report from Nikkei, yes. Yields are kind of driving down right now, which is arguably more bullish than any of the positioning. We'll see how long that lasts for, though. Is this the risk off before the tank? Could be. So we'll see if call selling picks up to the upside again here. Right now, volume's kind of on the decline, and there's not a lot of repositioning on the SPX chain. There might be a little bit more call selling just here, but not a lot of it. Hmm. It actually means nothing, Greg. Hmm. There were a lot of degens early this morning. The Discord has sold 41.30, 35 call spreads. We're around 41.60. Not me. Do you think there's hope for these poor folks to toe ring it? Jesus, fucking really? Call spreads at open in the money? Ew. My wife asked me how Jimmy was doing the other day, as she hadn't heard me talk about it for a while. I told her it was just down right now, but not to worry, it'll come back. Better fucking hope so. No, I don't. If anything, the Fed's probably interested in keeping the tap turned on, right? Because it supports bank lending. And they can't appear to be publicly supporting broader credit conditions, right? So I think if anything, part of the persistent rate increases out of the Fed has been in order to ease that trade and keep dollar value high. It could be a byproduct. I mean, it is a byproduct, but it could also be an intention. It could be like deliberate. I'm so glad the market priced in the BOJ news so quickly, and we're back in the bull market. Dude, we're down like fucking 1,000 BPS in 3 months. Relax. How do you see Apple earnings playing out? I mean, Apple said they weren't going to be very good. Is anything going to push JPOW into an unexpected hike this month? Well, that's the weird thing is that the Fed expected to hike this month, right? Like the Fed projected one more hike this year. A lot of analysts are assuming they won't hike because, the bond market's kind of doing a lot of tightening on their behalf. But they still could. I mean, inflationary pressures are pretty obvious at this point. Super core came in last month, month over month, up 0.42, and hasn't really changed, right? Like the individual prints on super core have been pretty volatile, but over time, it's kind of netted out to be pretty flat. And so I think at this point it's obvious that monetary policy isn't affecting core inflation and that it's sticky. Do you have a projection for where the bull market may come back? 2025? I mean, it may come back once we get inflation under control, but I'm not sure I see that happening by 2025. I think even if it does, with like our current debt to GDP and the need to constrain government spending into the future, valuations are gonna, like, well, at least margins and PEs are gonna take a hit, right? For quite a long time. So I think even if the bull market does kind of start to come back in 2025, the recovery is not going to be rapid. At least it doesn't look like it will be, because we're still going to be in a higher rate environment. Now, if we get a big crash, like a real big one, we might recover faster. The Fed might actually be able to cut rates with that amount of wealth destruction. Is your money on hawkish pause? I'm not really certain what he's going to do. And usually I'm pretty confident. But there's a lot of factors which he should really address by raising rates again. Um, I just don't have a lot of confidence in his determination. Israel and Lebanon directly attacking. Okay. How big is a big crash? 50%? Why don't they crash the market then? I mean, they're kind of hoping it does that on its own, right? That's why they're not easing financial conditions. The problem is it doesn't matter because they printed so much fucking money. Everyone's so well capitalized that no one's in a position where they really need to borrow, right? And if they are, they're just going out of business. Will oil bounce anytime soon? Probably. I would imagine oil prices are going to stay fairly escalated as long as the conflict in Israel's going on. There's going to be some risk premium priced in. And it'll be volatile. Yeah. I mean, we're going to be moving into a period after November where oil demand's fairly low. And that kind of lasts into the spring. So there may be a period where oil prices drop, but that's also the period where nat gas prices tend to rise. And if Europe has a cold winter, we're just going to see nat gas hit inflationary targets, right? Which is arguably worse. um, Not everybody needs gasoline, but almost everybody needs natural gas. Especially in colder climates. For overnight straddles, do you close them end of day regardless of profitability? No. Frequently, I'll have legs that I leave open for some time. Generally speaking, I buy more theta on the put side, specifically for the purpose of leaving them open. I am stopped out of the call side of Friday's strangle. I know a natural gas refinery that runs strictly off Chipotle. Your poor bathroom. Do you see them doing more quantitative easing? No. No, I think quantitative easing outside of a zero interest rate environment is not a thing anymore. I don't think we'll see quantitative easing for quite some time. If they do, they're only going to exacerbate the current problems. I would like to order one Crash Boy candle down to 4,100. See, that's what I'm talking about, Dork. Interesting. All right. I like that. Let's see if the put repositioning is a bit stronger here. It definitely looks like they're taking advantage of as much call selling as feasibly possible. Intraday total exposure should be getting moderately more negative, right? Or is that... Wait. God, I hate this keyboard. We crashed, but like slowly, like 0.5 to negative 2% days. So I could keep banking 50% on degenerate 0 DTE puts. That'd be cool. Also, think of the returns on like leveraged funds. I wanted to ask you yesterday, the stream was being iffy. It couldn't. No worries. Yeah, it was fucked up. Why does SPX SPY not trade exactly 10 to 1 all the time? Shouldn't that create arbitrage? Not necessarily. Um, SPY is traded against its NAV. And SPX doesn't have any immediately available arbitrage opportunities. There's probably more arbitrage opportunities between SPY and ES than there are between SPY and SPX. Well, SPY is also heavily, yeah, that's dependent on the near-term future structure. What did I say? I'm sorry, Poopy Pants. Oh, leveraged ETFs? You love those fucking things, don't you? It's the financial planner in you. So I guess closer to 1 to 10 as we get closer to the futures roll. Yeah. My friend just started working at BlackRock and they're teaching him to use options to hedge. When do you think they will teach him to YOLO 0 DTEs? Wait, he's got a job at BlackRock and he's just learning about options hedging? Is he an intern? I'd like to ask about my status on the Crashy Boy candle I ordered. things should be getting slightly more bearish over the next 15 to 20 minutes. Let's see if ES finds support at 41.50 again. That's still kind of our mid-range. We still want to see ES break down below 41.75 to complete the test of the bear trend. No, he's got a master's degree and he's hired as an analyst. Okay. But, right, okay, all right. I feel like he should be going into that position with that knowledge, but I could see a case where he isn't. God, I fucking love bond buyers. They're pretty cool. They're pretty cool guys. It's almost like they have way more liquidity and capital on hand than equity buyers, right? Has a CFA but doesn't know what hedging is. I mean, I know a lot of analysts that don't know what hedging is, so, or how to hedge. You know, in institutional finance, analysts are pretty far removed from actual trading. Thanks for the order fulfillment. Better than Amazon. That's what I always say. What? It's a part of the test, barely. The test is like 90% questions about bond yields. Don't you talk logically to me? I will. He works in Europe, but he told me they also hire people with non-relevant finance educations. Yeah, they do. Yeah, bachelor in biology, specifically science-based research. Successfully tuned the dinger this weekend and sent over where we currently sit. Okay, what's the dinger? The indicator? I didn't get a chance to fuck with it again last night, but I'll try to tonight. I have to like reload the fucking like the chart every time I want to like update an indicator like that. That's a big pain in the ass for me to close charts because I have a lot of like custom scripts running. Yeah, I know, dork. I mean, they have a Series 7. You know how to hedge in a world assuming IV doesn't exist at all. Yeah, but when you get in the real world, IV does exist. And your risk manager has to approve your hedge, right? So you looking for other outlets, QVC or OnlyFans? I mean, the drying liquidity on the GME options chain is, yeah, a big problem for me. I'm spending far too many man hours a week selling covered calls on GME, and it's becoming not worth the effort. Tesla back to the 200 level. It's pretty far below the 200 level right now. How about the 180 level? Down 70% my main position, up 60% my hedge. Did I do that right? If you were hedged evenly, sure. Although, I mean, based on the percentage gain and loss there, I would say that you probably hedged something that needed to be cut, but I don't know your positioning, so that's very extreme. Just sell deep in the money leaps on GME. Why not just sell the stock? Why the fuck would I sell them out of the money? They're not worth anything. Last week I was selling them at $13. This week I've got to buy them back and try to sell them lower, but it's like, how much lower do I want to sell them? Is a master in school of stock valid for a job at BlackRock? I mean, I think most of the people who pay attention in here and have done the required reading are probably capable of passing a Series 7 exam. What's your risk level on Netflix? I don't have one. No, it's hold on. It's probably gonna be like 410. Yeah, I would say probably like 410. Up until 410, I'd probably just average down. I mean, my position's only down like 9% right now, and I have till November 17th, or the one I just opened is. So I've got quite a bit of time on that. Yeah, I'd probably add on anything that didn't break 410, right? If it broke 410, that would be risk off. Did you sell any of your oil stocks? No. Hmm. No, I didn't look into Chevron. Did someone ask me to? For what? Bought Tesla weekly Friday for 200, sold for 250, fearing it was going to bounce. Now it's worth 7. You made money. Who cares? Find another play, make money off that. Don't worry about the play that you didn't make more money on. The time you spent thinking about the money that you could have made on your prior Tesla position, you could have just gotten another Tesla position, made money on that, and closed it as well. Was the drop from 4150 50 minutes ago de-risking? No. Positioning's just kind of, it was just like some call selling and a little bit of put buying, but not a ton of it yet. The Bears are slowly building up a better position here. It's getting progressively more bearish, but it's not aggressively bearish, right? Well, what price is Fubo not a dumb buy? I mean, I don't think it's necessarily a dumb buy at the current price, but I mean, it's liquid. It's liquid and heavily shorted, and part of an index that's not doing so well. So, you could get it at a significant discount. I don't know if you'll get it at 150. You know, people have been waiting for sub a dollar since it went sub a dollar, and they haven't gotten an entry, right? No problem, Mule. Those $1 CSPs on Fubo were so good. The synthetic longs down there were fucking awesome. I would love that. Thoughts on BTU? Still expecting ups over the longer term. Yeah. Yeah. I expect coal prices to rise in the future. And BTU to be a beneficiary of that. It's not really like an intermediate term. Well, I guess it's we'll probably see some action there within the next 2 years, if not sooner. A lot of it's reliant on economic expansion in India and China driving up demand for coal. How many 0 DTE 4135 Ps here is too many? Well, how many did you buy? Is this stagnation or just repositioning? Mostly repositioning. Just 5? Sounds like too many. Head and shoulders here? Maybe. Yeah. See if we reject. If we reject before filling that gap, that's pretty bearish. The head and my only problem with that is the head and shoulders kind of already broke down a little and then recovered, but that same price action could play out again, I suppose. I have a Costco card. It's not by Citadel. There's the gap fill. Hmm. I mean, NQ's still overperforming a little bit. The annoying thing here is Dow's doing really well. Hmm. Has it been 15 minutes since I said 15 minutes? Not quite. Well, almost. I had a stop on 41.45 put at the 15.80 that Fidelity filled at 13.30. If I challenge the CEO to fisticuffs on the trading floor and win, do I get my arbitrage? Probably not. Also, Jesus Christ, that's terrible. Maybe I'm regarded. I don't see a gap fill. There's like a little tiny gap right here at like 41, 46, 24. It filled. No problem. I was very upset. That's really bad. And kind of surprising for a zero. Was it a zero DTE? I don't have enough money to make them do anything about it. You could complain, but they probably won't do much. They might give you some free trades, which is always cool. So is only the 10-year? That's the only one that they wrote about. They may have additional YCC changes to their other, like their other maturities, but as far as I know, Nikkei only addressed the 10-year. But turning right back to 135 seems very bearish. Well, yeah. I mean, it's a lower high. The YCC news have any impact on TAC? Yeah. It could mean that the yen is going to stay undervalued for longer. I have like no interest in buying that right now. I really don't want to get into it until after they've posted some more negative earnings. And once it looks like Japan is being pushed into a solution for the yen, which I still feel like they have some flexibility. I wanted to make people aware of it in advance, but I didn't. I don't have any intention of getting into it quickly. I think there's plenty of time for it. A lot of the drugs they have coming to market are still very much in their infancy too. Let's again because it bears repeating. I love bond buyers. You mean sellers? Look at Dixie just plummeting. Well, the 10-year is up 100 basis points. Makes sense. Are they going to get vol under control here, or is it going to pick up? Trying to stabilize still. Is this a slow day? Actually, volumes are pretty high. It's just very price action's very contested. Well, sometimes it's not so much chop nuke. Sometimes it's quickly bypassed. Upstart good entry 22? I don't think so. I mean, are you just like playing earnings, or are you trying to like own shares? Because I think if you want to own shares, you might want to wait a year. Chances of sub 4130 today? Not terrible. Chances of us just chopping here for a little while longer are still moderately okay. Although momentum is starting to shift a bit. We'll see how we do over the next like 30 minutes. If we can break below 4140, that would be significant. And hold below 4140. More ideally, yeah, 30. Maybe they close on this 3-day bounce. I'm not sure we're going to get 3 days of bounce, but we might. I doubt it. I think they're sold pretty far out. That's on VIX 20C for December. Are they mispriced? They're probably mispriced. Maybe not as much because they're in the money, but maybe probably a little. Here comes some more put buying. Ooh, put buying and call selling here. Just trying to go long vol. There's better products for that, like SPX. Might also think about going long vol here, but not just yet. Ooh. I bought puts, so up she goes. We'll see. It still looks kind of bearish to me. This futures test looked like anything but a strong recovery. I think if we lose 41.50 on futures, we're gonna find a bunch of sellers. Thoughts on SoFi? None. It's a bank. They have a lot of exposure to student loan refinancing. It all rhymed and you ruined it? Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't notice. The wicks are just due to illiquidity or large orders creating illiquidity, right? I was reading options as a strategic investment last night. I feel like this is a good environment to exercise a heavy T-bill and option port. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of what my portfolio is right now. When you say find sellers, are longs stopping out, or is there triggers to buy, sell when a price is crossed? There's like orders on the book, like sell orders on the book. So yeah, conditional orders to sell. Since bonds are super important, I've decided to reread The Intelligent Investor. You mean just the first half of The Intelligent Investor? No, it's not going to teach you how to play oil futures, popcorn trader. Since reading's super important, I've decided to ask popcorn trader for lessons. Oh boy. That's always a really great idea. Are we going to test 41.50 again? Probably. How's the ramp to 4,200 holding up? Most of it got obliterated earlier on the drop. Mm-hmm. Yields are picking up again. Is SPX making an inverse head and shoulders? No. No. Hmm. Bulls don't want the weekly contract slipping into negative charm again. Although, I don't know how much longer they can fight back against this. They've been going pretty hard all morning and they haven't really built out any substantial positioning. We're either going to see that change here and they're going to try to build up their upside leverage, or we're going to just fail 4150 again. I gotta say, it's not looking great. What if there are no bulls and we just made them up to feel better? I mean, there are, right? There's still put sellers. There's still a bunch of Vega risk on the chain, so. Hmm. These fucking antihistamines are putting me to sleep. Sleep stream. take some uppers. I'm inhaling caffeine as fast as I can. Looks like she's about to bust like glue. Yeah. We'll see. There's a little bit of put selling and long call interest coming in. Not a ton, but a little bit. They're still fighting it back against like downside momentum though. So the 4150 risk is just out of the money. Do you get irrational hunger from antihistamines? No, just that some of them make me tired. All right. I'm giving you a break because you're tired and won't ask about GME. It's just going down, right? It's not doing anything special. Gross. I just ordered a deli bagel tuna melt. Oh man, I don't like tuna melts. There's something wrong about hot tuna salad. I'd like to place a refill order for a crash candle. Give it a minute. You might get your wish. Futures. Still not hitting the test of 41.73. Kind of just looks like a bear flag. And 549 watching, but only 250 likes. Those are rookie numbers. Hit the like and subscribe. Thank you, Gerald Bold. I appreciate it. If you guys could, that'd be cool. Thanks, FG. Looking for a rejection here on the 5-minute. Not yet. You're like when GME goes back to 14. Well, I'm not going to make that happen for you, so. Large glass bowl on kitchen counter, half ice, half water, dip face, chase with an espresso shot, repeat as necessary. I'm on my second energy drink right now. It's just doing nothing. My eyes are so heavy. I was up late last night too. I was writing pickles picks till like 5 a.m. or 4 a.m. Earlier you were mentioning something about when Fubo was at $1 and you were excited about it. I was in a meeting, so I didn't pay much attention. What do you mean? What did you do during that? Oh, I entered a bunch of synthetic longs at like 1 and 2 and $1 and $3. And then I closed it when it ran up. Pretty early into the run up, but I got really good returns on the position, so it was worth it. For science sake, will you lend your shares before selling them? Sure. Thanks, Evans. Is that a rejection or did it not test? I mean, it almost tested the upper trend. This is quite a bearish rejection, actually. Still kind of waiting for that momentum to turn the direction that the market's actually pushing. So maybe this will be the last upside test. Their bullish positioning starting to break down a bit, and we're seeing more call selling. Yeah, more call selling, more put buying. Tesla under 200. Bulls are in shambles. Tesla bulls might be. Have you read Grapes of Wrath? I think in high school. We're about to be like that one Fallout Boy song, going down in a lull round. Okay. About another 4150p at 4151. Very delta exposed, but you know that's how I like to do. I'm aware of your proclivities, popcorn trader. Brother Rob, welcome to Dillionaire, man. Thank you so much. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream, dude. Fucking stop loss hunting. Looking more and more like a failed stop loss hunt. What's going on here? What if fucking futures fail this fucking test already? Who on Discord would win a boxed wine chugging competition? Dan Rod. He's the ultimate chugger. He has the loosest throat. No problem, Rob. Welcome aboard, man. Fucking Christ. Stupid fucking clown market. WeBull's frozen. Oh. Sorry. 12:15. Okay, well that's interesting. Test resistance? What do we got going on with the options? Still seems mostly driven by futures. Ooh, goodies. No, it's not bullish yet. They're trying a little bit. They're not really trying on the SPX side very much, though. Maybe I should check tomorrow's expiration real quick. I'm trying hard to unfreeze the meatball. The problem with the meatball is it's still all uphill after 41.52. Alright, let me see what tomorrow looks like. What time is it? 12? Let's start looking at tomorrow's chain too. Vol slowly dying, but yeah, but yields are pressuring to the upside again. So, vol being contained, but not really dying. Vol demand is still present. I think if future slips 41.66 here, that's going to be pretty bad. Getting a little more volume on the sell-off. So I kind of want to see futures break through here. Yields are moving higher again. Yep. Ooh, nice. Now let's see if we get some momentum on the back of this. I think we got a good chance. Kind of looks like they're de-risking the 50. Well, it's starting to look like they're de-risking it. They're doing it very slowly. But yeah, it looks like some sold puts at 41.50 have been closing. Let me double check that. Yeah, so a little bit of exposure closing at 41.50 and 4100. There, that's not really bond selling, it's shorting. And it's only shorting if you think it's the bottom. It seems like more institutions are in agreement with me that we're probably going to see the Fed funds rate move substantially higher over the next year. I never doubted you for a second. Please strike full bull comments from the record. Yeah. Consider them stricken on a test of 4140. Not big bear, but we got a little momentum here. We could get a continuation of it. That could get very bearish. Provided the net selling exceeds the buying. Still want to see futures slip that sell level down at 4150. So we still got a ways to go before that. But I like how it looks so far. Pretty good chance of a continuation if we pick up some interest here. Problem is we're not picking up a lot of bearish interest. Probably because bears are repositioning after last Friday. They seem to be far more interested in selling calls than buying puts. Selling CCs isn't what it used to be. No, it's definitely fucking not. I never doubted you for a second. I wonder why my 0 DTE was so expensive. Turns out I bought a 1 DTE. Shocked Pikachu face. Accidental genius. Did the Japan announcement cause the dip in USD JPY? How does the mechanic work that uncapping the yield is strengthening the yen? Well, because as the yield goes up, it can raise demand for the bond, which is, well, or it can. Well, I guess it's not going to raise demand on the bond just yet, but it'll encourage shorting up until that point, which will devalue the yen. I don't think uncapping the yield's really going to strengthen the yen, but it's going to help with their inflation. I see about to break 0.14. All right. The dip buying is insufferable. I agree. Although, it looks like bearish flows are still picking up. They're just not picking up quickly. How JPM hedge SPX moving below their sold puts and their collar position? They don't need to. The sold puts. They'd probably add future shorts. That's kind of like a crash scenario, right? So yeah, sell futures. I'm sorry. I thought you meant the long puts. I hate being patient. Well, today's a particularly boring, sloggy day. I hate trading in the mid range. Fucking sucks. Suppose it's better for my long term puts than a actual breakout. Are you feeling spicy? Not yet. I want to see more downside before it looks even remotely spicy, but let's say we get VIX back to like 2050. Put some actual pressure on it. Hating hate. Hate it. Fair. Nasdaq's kind of slipping a bit, says Russell. Dow's still pretty strong. Yields are moderating, but yeah. Like the 10-year's still moving up a little. The 20, the 30, not so much. Pair trade's getting pressured a bit more, so Dixie's coming up. Looks good still. Like maybe it continues. No, the Bulls really are in a shit position. I mean, they didn't really seize the opportunity this morning, so they're going to be underwater most of the day. Maybe if they let another nice big drop slip through, they can try to reposition into the second half of the day. So the best thing Genie has done so far is pay off all its debt. Yeah. Oh, fuck. Is that like a little bit of call buying? That's kind of insignificant. Man, liquidity's getting weird. I turned yields around a little bit on that. That's so funny. So, okay, so when do you go, wow, such bearish positioning on Netflix? It's gonna slip 380. Not yet. My prediction for today was pretty flat. It was like up and then kind of sideways up into end of day. This is a little more bearish than I expected. I thought they'd push harder to free up some of that Vega risk, but they really didn't. Now they're de-risking in the lower range, which is shit. I still think we stay above 4,100 until the FOMC meeting, though. Bulls carped their last diem. I don't think so. I mean, it's so fucking illiquid right now that they could probably still pump it even with the momentum against them. Because the momentum's just not that strong yet. I think we could still fill the gap. It's possible. It's quite far away, though. Let's see if this keeps distributing down. The best thing happening here isn't really so much the put buying, of which there is a little. It's more that there's quite a lot of puts at 4140, but it's more the call selling that's kind of starting to drive things down. Unfortunately, call selling doesn't really do a lot for VIX, right? Especially short dated call selling. Ooh. Here, Dork, you'll love this. Powell should be hawkish this week, but who the fuck knows, really? I mean, he's going to be hawkish, but the question is how hawkish. He really needs to reinforce the narrative from a couple weeks ago, and then at the next FOMC meeting, they'll get the dot plot and they can project the rise in inflation more accurately, which I don't expect to be bullish at all. Provided the bond market doesn't collapse before then, but how's Netflix looking position wise? Just following the market up and down? Yeah, mostly. Netflix's positioning was pretty meh into the end of last week, so it's probably hit the upper part of its range for today at least already. Oh goody, another pump. Where's that coming from? Call buying, put selling? Low or high? Let's go. The shit to break down already. Holy fuck, it's been like 2 hours. Yeah, seems kind of dead on this pump. Yeah, it's not reacting positively to it. I mean, I think they're just de-risking the 4150, which is why this is so fucking boring, but eventually they'll have de-risked enough that they'll lose the upside support and will fail. Hopefully it's today. It would crush everything if the Fed raises with almost zero market expectation for doing so. Not really. I mean, it'll hurt, but I don't think it's probably not. They're not going to probably like surprise on the rate increase, right? It'll be like 0.25, and like Fed fund futures will have to adjust, and there'll be some swap repricing, so we'll get some volatility, but I don't think it's going to like independently crash the market. It would definitely come as a shock, though. I feel like summer type pump can't happen when treasury rates are at 14-year highs. The summer type pumps can't happen at all right now. There's no liquidity for them. Not just because of the yields, but because first of all we're below like the monthly charm, right? So the market maker is still selling the flat tape. They're just not selling it as much as they would if we were also below like the weekly level, like we were last Friday. Um, so I mean, yeah, it's they're still in a very bearish position. I saw BOJ to tweak policy. What impact would you expect to happen? I mean, it'll be harder for them to pressure the carry trade. I think that'd be the most significant impact. And if it's harder to pressure the carry trade, it's going to be harder to keep yields in check. So we may start to see U.S. yields, like USTs, rise on the long end of the curve, especially even more. I could see them driving up nearer to the federal funds rate. Hey, there we go. This I gotta be honest, this just looks like more de-risking right now. I'm still not seeing a lot of like bearish interest just yet. Although this may be the last like of the distribution we see. And they de-risk this below 40.50 or just at. So yeah, they're kind of trying to pick up pennies in front of a steamroller at this point. What a fucking awful, boring day. We're getting a little bit more put interest at 41.45 and 41.35. Let me look on longer dated since vol's a little lower. Maybe we're getting more accumulation out of the money. Ooh, yeah. 41.30 is picking up some interest. 41.25 a bit, but that could still be sold. There was Vega risk at that strike earlier, so. A little uptick in put interest and some sold calls coming in. Still want to move lower on ES. There we go. Alright, the first level we're looking for there is still 41.60.25. And then we're going to be looking for 41.55. And 41.52 is the most important level. A little bit of an uptick in the sell side here. That's cool. I wonder if we'll see a big uptick in future sells under 41.60 since we've been up here for so long, which we're testing now. Oh yeah, yeah, big volume uptick. Cool, so some of the sellers moved up a notch. Nice. Little spike in volatility. Yields are still kind of stagnant. Not bottomed out there. We can still go down more. That has a lot of room to move down. Yeah, let's just keep watching those futures levels. So we broke the 60.25. Now we're looking at 41.55 to confirm the continuation. Probably gonna burn a day trade on these. No, all three of them. Let's go 6. Oh, shit. Sell. Let's try 650. Let's break even. It doesn't matter. I don't know if it matters if they try to buy the dip here. It's probably going to fail. Yeah, there's the big volume push. Okay, so we could find some resistance here. Ooh. Getting close to testing that futures 41.55 level. Oh, stopped out. Oh, nope, not enough liquidity. Dope. Ah, bastard. Yeah, whatever. I made some money on him, I guess. Alright, so support found at 41.56.50, so $1 higher, which is kind of fucking annoying. Oh shit, I still have 2 day trades. Wait, do I? No. Never mind. Do you feel like continuing to hold GME harms the Pi-Fi brand? What? No? What fucking brand? If you don't want to burn day trades, you can transfer funds from your margin to your cash account. Yeah, but that's cheating. Then I'd be cheating. It's not cheating, it's leveraging the fund. It's cheating. This is a bullshit bounce, dork. Is this real? No. It was just profit taking. Tom Lee's signature clown candle. It's just profit taking on puts. Not even a lot of it, just a little bit. Wait, do I still have a position? What the fuck is this shit? Ew. Yeah, the futures bounce not looking nearly as hot. I thought many zero GTs are expensive on SPX. No shit. Pickle Financial brings in tens of tens of dollars in ad revenue a month. It's hundreds. I get like $30 a day in ad revenue. Getting more now that YouTube banned ad blockers. Getting like $32 a day. Get fucked, nerds. Congratulations, Cobra. YouTube banned ad blockers? Yeah, I think it's like they're rolling it out in select areas, but they're trying to. Cobra, thank you so much, man. Welcome to Cornichon, guys, and give Cobra a shout out. Congratulations, dude. Uncle Sam wants a cut of that ad revenue as well. Yeah, he does. Do you think Japan letting YCC go is it because the US told them to stop dumping US bonds? No, that would have the same effect. I have an unfortunate amount of ES 4140 0 DTEs. Oh, Jesus. Why? Dude, I'm not even sure 4140 is on the fucking table today. Accounts with 1 million followers on Twitter can make 100,000 a year from ad revenue. How do you get monetized on Twitter? Twitter doesn't pay me any money. You aren't shitposting enough? Get good. It sounds like it generates 100,000 a year in ad revenue, and then the account holder gets like 4% of that. I bought them last night, then accidentally fell asleep. I woke up down 75%, then overheld through the first test of 4150. Genius. That guy who predicted you blow up your port by Thursday wasn't wrong, huh? Thanks, Squamsk. I think. Ooh. It's getting slightly more bearish, Dork. I personally look like I'm about to announce the Muppet Show. Twitter only pays you if you're an Elon sycophant. Oh, do I need to start like a Tesla bull account? I could do that. Sounds like a lot of work. Why do people treat the market like a game instead of something that can fuck them right in the ass? Some people enjoy getting fucked in the ass, Lawrence. If I end green, I'll sub to Pigeon Whale. Don't do that. Save your fucking money. I think everyone can agree that you need it. I wish SPX would do a Tesla. It might. If we lose 4140, it very well might. $41.60 ES is my personal nom. If it's any consolation, popcorn, it is looking slightly more bearish. I think there's some sell side interest at 41.55, so we're pretty close to it. Might be creating a little bit of a drag. So Pigeon Whale by NDX 5 minutes of expiration. Guaranteed winner bust. You're not guaranteed to get a fill. As I lay in bed, deathly hungover, I smile knowing that I am finally, after 1 year of being here, able to make money by doing nothing. Thanks for your assistance. You're welcome, Daniel. Congratulations. It's pretty fun, right? Like, if I just fell asleep today, I'd have made money. Yeah. Well, provided my conditional order is executed. I might have lost money. Let's not think about that. How dare you, Trash Panda? Pigeon Whale is an elite society of those devoted to the teachings of cooing and other lofty goals. Stop by, I let you know the the Gathering secondary market is collapsing. Pretty good leading indicator of a crash or recession. Actually, it is, yeah. There's a study about that somewhere. You only have 330 people that liked the stream out of 538 stalkers. Well, you know, the rest of them bought calls at the top. So. I'm so thankful I have a job that pays me to sit here and make money for myself. Yeah, it's pretty fun. Should I average down this fucking Netflix? But, yeah. Wonder if I could get a fill at 3. Maybe these are too long. These are too long. I don't want to add another one of those. Fuck that. Hmm. God damn it. I just bought puts at the low. There doesn't seem to be much put interest picking up. Do you get stuck at 41.40? There's still a lot of call selling. What about us who bought puts at the bottom? You should have gotten stopped out of them because you're excellent traders with perfect risk management. Is Tesla just gonna drill? Maybe. It's kind of a sack of shit. It lost the 200 support. That's a big deal. I'm about to get stopped if SPX keeps going. But you should have expected to be able to at least go to there. Right? No, that's a shitty line. Hold on. Let me just use the actual. All these breakdowns are super slow and shitty. Still looks kind of bearish. $41.50 again? I don't think so. Mm. What a weird day. It's just all futures buys. Volume's dying off. The pub was just me rebuying a put to chase. Things are still getting more bearish. There's more put buying. I think they're starting to get cheaper. Yeah, they're getting a little cheaper. Starting to see a few more puts at 45 and 35. Some at 41.25, but those might be sold. Those look like they came in on the bottom, so. Is that a breakout? No. That is a little bit. All right. Ah, fuck. Why won't you give me the better price, you piece of shit? Oh, wait. Nope. There we go. There's very little like bullish interest in the options chain for at least for SPX. So our upside moves here are coming from futures or being driven by futures. Our stability is being driven by futures as well. What a crazy fucking day. Futures are buying in. I mean, not heavily, obviously, but yeah. There's like no call buying and very little intraday put selling going on right now. It seems to be a lot of call selling, at least in the upside range. So future pump, then de-risk. Future pump, de-risk. I mean, this has been every one of these. All of these have been de-risking at the 4250 level, which is pretty bearish for the rest of the week. But all of these tests have been met with like a pretty significant amount of de-risking. I don't know if this is going to test higher. It could. But if it does, I expect more de-risking. It's tricky to track though because we're not getting like strong indications of like bullish flows on SPX. And so because it's just pumping off the back of ES. So tricky. Careful with it. Definitely don't want to wait out downside profitability. So those moves down are reversed pretty quick. If we fall below like 30, then I think that the market maker net selling will stuff anything that the futures is going to throw at it. But until we do, like while we're fairly stable in this range, this is a perfect opportunity for them to keep de-risking. Yeah. Damn, this still has room to test up here before another failure, I think. If it fails lower, that's gonna be super bearish. But hold on one second. He left his futures on? What the fuck's the difference? QQQ looks a little closer to a failure than SPX. Or NQ. Man, NQ looks bearish as fuck on the weekly. Look at that. Ew. Yeah, that did not outperform on the bounce. That's pretty bad. That's going to start to break down soon. That doesn't look so hot. Yeah, yields are moving up again. Buying the bottom of every candle has to get exhausting. If it keeps vol low and allows them to de-risk, then it's worth it, right? Didn't we come from, like, evolve from more carnivorous species than ourselves? 1 second, guy? I think one thing's very clear at this point, Bob, is that they have lots of money. Well, we're not gorillas, because gorillas still exist in their current state. It's a long wick on a candle in play again. Either a lot of illiquidity or volatility. Or both. Well, they're kind of similar. Bear's about to get steamrolled. Are they? I don't know about that. Might just test 40-50 again and then risk off. Oops. Don't want that. Yeah, some call buying. But it's pretty matched with the puts. Peso chart? RSS still exists in their current state as well. So just because gorillas still exist in their state doesn't necessarily mean we didn't come from them. Yes, it does. Well, okay. I get the joke. Australopithecus afarensis was us 3 million years ago. Okay. Disgusting. Oh, yeah, well, I bought a put. Checkmate, atheists. You're winning, Carl. Clearly. Ooh, put selling. There's some actual shifts. And call selling. Ah, fucking Christ. They're just jerking each other off, and we're watching it. Hmm. That was a decent amount of futures volume. Alternative theory, Dork. They just risk off more again. At some point. I do love bond buyers. Someone's got to prop up this shit show. Hmm. $55.60. 60. A little bit at 65. Hour and a half left. Ooh. That's a little more serious. What's the high range for this? Today's open at 165. This is de-risking. It might be in a minute. Or they're just going to keep pumping it. It's probably about the top of the range again. Yeah. Pushing down really hard on yields. They're not getting them substantially lower, though. Hmm. Ooh, one more big push. Makes sense to de-risk into the FOMC meeting though, right? And there's no way JPOW says anything to fucking present a bull case. $133 here. Yields are already pushing back. Double down on my puts. We're going up, boys. Nice. Just de-risking like crazy. Got a higher high there. Come in and try to support this or what? Hmm. Pumps are getting stronger. No, that one was stronger. The rest were weaker. Although it does look like they're still buying calls. Fighting back against losing the 160 level. Alright, I'm ready for de-risking to take us back to 41.35. I don't think we're going to see any de-risking unless we fall back below 41.50 or 241.50. So we have to see if this level stabilizes or not, because if it does, they're going to pump it higher. Remember from this morning, Gamma's pretty flat to the upside of 150. So they'll actually have to run into real resistance here. So sellers will have to come in. I see what you said, Surface Smurf. I don't have that much interest. The accumulation's starting to shift bearish. Very slowly, but a little bit. Yeah, there's some call selling coming in and a little bit of put buying. Looks like put buying at 60 and 55. Not a lot of puts being bought at 40 just yet. The entire day on QQQ is like a megaphone. SPX would turn into one if we got a lower low today. I've also seen them buy in a long time. Yeah, it was a big pump. If we got a lower low. I don't know if we will. It's pretty unsubstantiated. A little bit of call interest at 70. Still a lot of selling. Kind of does the flat gamma go today? Kind of goes up to like 200, but let's see. Yeah, above 75, it's pretty flat all the way up to 200. 60 to 75 is pretty flat too. There's a call wall at 41.55. Although I still think those are mostly sold. If we fall back below 50, it gets pretty bearish again. It starts to get mired down in the put interest. That's the problem up here is the lack of liquidity. So gamma's flat, but you still need a lot of call buying to push the price higher. Have any exposure for Fubo earnings Friday? I'm holding $3 calls. Not yet. I mean, I have shares, but I don't have any options yet. Does Sodal puts cost Sam like calls? Yeah, but they're not selling a lot of puts, right? They're trying to de-risk. Yeah, all of QQQ's losses caught up on the pump. QQQ was lagging pretty hard. It almost caught up completely. I'm surprised SPX is pumping so hard with oil down 350 BPS. We got a little handle on backwardation. Almost. With the de-risk, it seems they intend to trade at a lower channel for the coming weeks. Yeah, yeah. I don't think they expect anything bullish to come out of the FOMC meeting. So it makes sense to de-risk in the early part of this week. Let's see how aggressively they do it, though. Has Xig ever entered backwardation and not exploded? I don't think so. I mean, there's been like brief events that have thrown it into like backwardation, but never when it's been in backwardation for a sustained period of time. UEW strike over. Oh, really? Interesting. Tentative deal with GM. That doesn't sound like an actual deal. Haven't they had like 10 tentative deals already? By definition, tentative is not actual. I know. They just doubled down on puts, so calls will print now. They could, yeah. This is a tricky spot. Yields are pushing just a little lower here, which I don't like. Ugh. Hmm. They're gonna try to close the gap on the Mag 7. It means they're gonna pump the fuck out of tech, I think. Got a pretty wide open range up to like SPX 4190 if they can break 75. 4190, 4200. Calls are sort of cheap enough. Just to let you know, GME's going up. It's still down 17 cents on the day. It's always better to risk off from a higher price. They have a lot of underwater risk at 4200. They got the leg up that they need right now. So if they can push it from here. Not that it's going to be easy, but if they can, they're trying. Does that put us? No, they're still selling puts, buying calls. They haven't given up yet. Call interest on the chain is starting to fill out quite a lot, up to 4200. So they're going to try to squeeze out the rest of the sold calls from this morning. What do you think of PayPal earnings this week? I don't want to go anywhere near PayPal. Tough morning here, and manager got axed. Lots of blood on the floors. Layoffs accelerating. Should see them pick up into the end of the year, beginning of next. Is GME not on his dash anymore? I mean, it's here, but it's fucking it's under $13. It's still down 1.5% today. What am I gonna watch it do? Pump with a bunch of juice going into the market? Like it's not like a impressive move, nor is it statistically relevant. If you'd like to buy calls, please check my Craigslist ad. I have plenty available. Can Netflix go higher? Yeah. Yeah, it can. Netflix's next upside resistance was 44.14. Mm-mm. Vol returns are about to go negative. Tricky, tricky. Did Bill Ackman close his other treasury short? No, no. Yields are up today. Like a bunch. Seems up to sold calls, hold or fold. Yeah, I think they're going to get pushed out. It doesn't look like they're winning. The pressure is definitely on. Let's see. Spot up, VIX up means that they're starting to capitulate. Ooh. Nope. $2 o'clock. McDonald's is reporting earnings? I thought they already reported earnings. Bears capitulating. Well, short calls. It's not sort of bearish. You think Jfresh knows his wife, the AI cat peens? Shows his wife? Also, I find it hilarious that PhD spends hours a day perfecting AI cat peens. It's a mission. He's trying to destroy the technology for future generations. They're still buying calls and selling puts. Ooh, big call buys. That might be short calls closing. It's only like 2 o'clock still. No, it's call buys. There's put buys too. Get some volatility here. I think I'm hedged enough for the upside. Ooh. Bears defending? A little bit. What if this might be crazy? We squeeze in the middle. Ew. think I'm cool with this going either way. Yeah. Let's see. That looks kind of bullish. That should be bearish. That also looks a little bearish. So, Let's see if they fuck this up. Every level's a fucking battle. Jesus Christ. Okay, win 4,200. I don't know if they're gonna win. They're trying. They're losing ground right now, which isn't good. VIX is turning up. This is put buyers coming in. Puts carry a lot more weight, so they don't need like the put buyers don't need equivalent volume to kill the run. Right? Because we're net negative gamma, delta, and charm. I feel bad for the dude who said he had a bunch of 4140p. He said we may not see it, and then we ripped minutes later. Hopefully he got stopped out. He got closer to his strike. We just didn't get all the way there. That was Farmville. The book is here, the options one. Where should I start? Where are the best pictures to look at? Oh god, he's back. At the beginning? I'm never bullish or bearish. My anxiety just makes me have varying levels of scaredish. This is kind of fun. I mean, okay, so we put buyers win here. We break down. We probably fall back to like 4150, maybe sub 4150 into end of day. But if the call buyers win here, it's open all the way up to like 4200, which is an insane move to the upside. But yeah, gamma's pretty flat. So if they squeeze out the short calls, it can really rip. And they're right about to push them out. They already got some to capitulate, but not all of them. I wonder if they have to de-risk if it fails. Like, do they have to de-risk the 4150? Like, do we go all the way the fuck down to like what 41? We could go all the way back to 4140. That's not looking so hot, dork. Yeah, they've really got to push. I think they're gonna try because they need to, right? There's still a shitload of puts underwater at 4200. We close at 4155, nothing happens. That's a possibility. I don't think they're going to put all this money into it without trying harder, though. Interest is kind of leveling off again. Still just slightly bullish. Hmm. I need to push so I can set my stop on a green call. Holy shoot, guys. This book looks like it has an insane amount of information in it. It does. It's very dense. Maybe this is where the bears have been saving their juice. Well, we'll find out. They haven't really pushed on anything today, so it'd be really cool if they do it all at once. Hmm. Kind of flat. Future sellers. Hmm. Now drill. Is losing 60 enough? No, we have to lose 55 to drill. Although not far away, right? Just where the gap is. QQQ's having a rough go of it. I don't know why. Everything in the fucking index is green. What's up, Tesla? Tesla's just shitting the bed even harder. Support again. Options interest on SPX is pretty flat. Some resistance on QQQ. Just to the upside of 349. Just chop while everyone's out to lunch. Lunch is over. Lunch ended back here. My first motion as president will be to remove all the supports and resistances on the market and put the fun back in funds. Nice. I'm still eating lunch. I haven't had lunch. Maybe I need to eat something. I kind of want to see where this breaks first, though. Still have support on futures at 4180. Hmm. Alright. If this fails, I'll be indifferent. Yeah, I don't really care either way, I don't think, but it'd be cool if it did one or the other. Are you thinking this becomes an end of day rocket? Well, if they can hold it here until calls get cheaper again, then possibly. But if they lose 41.55 before then, I don't think they'll be able to do it. Yeah, the Ivy Crush is nuts. I'm going for coffee. If I run into Gaff, I'm getting a refund on my Cardano. Good fucking luck. While you're at it, get a refund on mine. Girk, while we wait, may you say a few words in memory of Tesla long bulls. They didn't see it coming, Danke. they believed in an inept infant and his ability to run a car company while thinking it was much more than that. It's a sad story. No, your loopering's not gonna make you rich. Oh, now do Jimmy. Holy fuck, I'm barely awake right now. This is not looking great for the Bulls. They did not need to lose momentum. Yeah, no changes. They will get it back. 4,200 before FOMC. I feel like getting it to 4,200 before the end of day today is more important, right? Because the BOJ decisions tonight. Like, no one expects the Fed to do shit, but if the BOJ commits to the YCC that they proposed earlier in the Nikkei article, that's bad. Bad meaning bearish? Yeah, that's super bearish. Look what happened after they fucking dropped the 0.5 increase to the yield curve in August. Now they're gonna uncap it. I mean, Nikkei was right last time when they reported on it. What did BOJ raising YCC force Powell's hand on raising rates this month? It'd be interesting if it did. If the BOJ, moves forward with yield curve control and uncaps the 10-year bond, and then Powell raises rates, it's pretty telling, right? Given that there's currently no indication that he will. I mean, the market got scared when it was announced, and that was like early this morning. Hmm. If we see YCC uncapped and Powell does a thing tomorrow, could we see a test of 40.55? And we might see Fed fund futures start pricing in a decision from Powell immediately, right? We'll at least see yields move higher. Hmm. Alright, I'll be right back. 1 second. I'm ready to fill either gap, poopy pants. Call buying picking up again. Is another $40 up even possible? Yeah. It's going to require a bunch of sold calls get squeezed out, but it's possible. Is GME $20 possible? Sure. It's probably not going to happen anytime soon, but it's possible. If the market pumps, we could see XRT pulled off reg show. GME 20 by Jan. Maybe. Why is Dow up 160 BPS when oil's down 400? It's a great question. The same could be asked about why the SPY is up 120 BPS as well, given that it's 10% oil exposure, or why ZOM is up on the day. Oh shit. Sorry about that. Hmm. Call buying still moving up. Could just be short calls closing. Bulls going for it, trying. Really no so much bulls, but yeah. There's a little bit of resistance at 75. Like a put wall. Hmm. That's looking more bearish. Looks like a little bit of put accumulation and call selling. Not a lot yet, but a little bit's coming in. There's a put wall at 41.75, or those are sold puts at 41.75. So I think if they can get those in the money, or out of the money rather, I think that might be the goal here. I have call positions. Hmm. It may not break down. It could go either way. It broke down a little bit before and they recovered it, right? Calls aren't getting more expensive right now, especially out of the money ones. Yeah, call interest is picking up at 75 and 80, and I think it's right now it's sold. So bears are still kind of betting that this isn't going to go a lot higher, but they could get squeezed out again. Is there anything worse than being known as a Canadian American? Probably. I'm getting really antsy with my stops, trying not to keep them too tight. That's reasonable. Mm. Ooh, big pump on NQ. ES headed for 4,200. Bears are pushing back against us pretty hard on like the SPX chain, but bulls are buying futures. I don't actually know who's going to win out here. There's still that resistance at 75. Hmm. Sichuan oil? Sichuan? There's a dish that's like that, that's like Calabrian chilies with gnocchi turd. It's pretty good. I wouldn't necessarily bet on the Bulls losing here. If they can trigger the squeeze, they're gonna pump the shit out of this. Jesus Christ. Whose prediction is the most accurate? Today? Mine, so far. Although me and JFresh have kind of the same end of day target. Shill, I know. They're trying to squeeze the short calls, and I think they're trying to use the MM's cover bid on like the 41.75 sold puts to do it. Right? So if they can get the 75 sold puts in the money, then the MM's gonna start they're gonna start hedging those, right? Or out of the money. And that might be enough pressure to squeeze out the short calls here. He's a shill too. Yeah, so are you. Don't try to act like you're not also a big shill. We're all shills. Would you give us a history lesson on U.S. market economics from 1939 on? I gave you turn of the century. I can't do everything. Failure? No, not yet. Ooh. Bigger failure. Fucking bastards. No, I'm not live streaming from Japan. This should probably factor in that it could bounce overnight. It's pretty heavily sold, right? No, I'm not live streaming from K-Town. How are you feeling about your 11-17 40-75? Do you think that strike will go in the money by then? Well, I wouldn't fucking own it if I didn't. Failure here is pretty bad for the bull side. 65, 60, 55. There's no fucking support below that. Put interest is still picking up. Fewer sold calls on the downside. Futures. Still kind of stable. Just break through the uptrend a little bit though, didn't we? One elevator down. We may not get one, right? It still has to fail 55, which is a pretty significant drop from here. Right? We have 1 hour to fall 40 BPS, basically. I think Tankerific have been around for long enough to know sometimes you hedged off your positions and they become free and you don't care what happens to them. Sometimes. Might have slightly negative beta. We did 60 BPS in 9 minutes before on the upside. You would have to have all of the calls that went in the money capitulate. It's not super likely. They may not gain any more ground to the upside. They kind of lost their shot at squeezing out the sold calls there. They could try again, but it's gonna be tough. Oh, never mind. They're just gonna gun it. Motherfuckers. Never give up, never surrender. No, that's strangely bearish. What the fuck is going on there? That's a trap. That's a big old trap. Phew, fuck. Now the bulls are pissed. Still looks... 2 bull traps? The market breaking again? What the fuck is happening? These fucking candles are nuts. Numbers out of the Treasury? Oh. Where's the report? Ah, no PDF? Lame. Treasury to borrow 776 billion in the final 3 months of the year. Holy fuck. Expects to borrow 816 billion between Jan through March. Which is about 100 billion above estimates. That's a lot of money. Yeah. Dude, yields are gonna rocket. 1.5 trillion by March? Dave Ramsey told him to do it. Well, you don't want to carry debt, right, Gaff? Okay, are yields gonna explode into the end of the day now? Fuck, that's so much issuance. Brian said AI right now live like 47 times. Is this bullish? No. Yield's getting slammed currently. Yield's getting short squeezed. This can't be a good thing. You gotta go into work, Gaff? We're not gonna get downgraded to fucking BBB. We're gonna get downgraded to BBBY. Maybe. What's the AI bill? The one that prevents chips from being sold to China? Because they're so fucking valuable. China won't be able to waste their public's time fucking plugging away at Chat GPT. Their productivity is gonna soar. An FTD squeeze on T-bills. If US gets downgraded, that just means that every credit rating above the US rating doesn't exist. The day our rating isn't the premium relative rating is the day the US isn't the reserve currency. Yeah. Bad for equities? Yeah. Very. Yeah, I saw that Matthew Perry died. We'll see. I'm still waiting for the 20-year to move back positive. Yellen and Powell are just going to double team all the bank reserves. What chilly magic did you use for your prediction this week? It seems spot on so far. So far. Forgot about the Treasury issuance today. Or the forecast for their issuance. And the money call is going to start taking profits now. They may be encouraged to not, Lily. Yen going we. Oh, yep. It's kind of impressive that yields haven't rocketed yet. Who won't be there for me anymore? Executive order for AI safety, security, responsible innovation. Use the Defense Production Act to force companies to share their secrets. Bullish. Man, Biden really, you know what? The coolest thing about Biden as a president is that he fucking hates Jensen. He hates him so much. What bearish is this? I'm not sure that it's gonna be bearish into the end of the day. USD JPY is doing weird shit, Dork. Matthew Perry. If this tanks, it's gonna be insane. I mean, that news triggered a shitload of put buying. They haven't sold off yet. Yellen delivered her remarks at the fucking Committee on Foreign Investment, forecasting the Treasury's issuance over the next, what, 2 quarters? Which is like combined. Oh. Almost 1.6 trillion. At fucking 5%. Well, 20 years back to 0. 30 years still down, -4. No, it's definitely not sustainable. It's actually inflationary. Dork, don't tell J Fresh, but his dream's finally gonna come true. It's almost like our nation's teetering on a debt spiral or something. Gosh, who could have seen this coming? A decade of bearish economists. Peter Schiff. So CMBS, MBS, auto loans, credit card loans, debt issuance, correlation trade, carry trade, yields rocketing, Volmageddon. How exactly does the SPX not take the elevator shaft down? Because whoever wants to sell it isn't done. Are you accusing Janet Yellen of diluting more than Adam Aaron? She's getting there. How big could overnight downs be if Japan raises? It really depends what they do. If they move forward with more YCC, it could be pretty bearish, but I don't know if it's gonna like be enough to push us under 4,100. If they change their monetary policy, the market's just gonna crash. Twitter internal employee compensation plans post valuation at 19 billion. There's a 25 billion loss off purchase price, and most still consider it a 30 to 35% overvaluation. Sounds about right. What a great buy. Elon's so smart, man. I mean, he can write off some of it, right? You just gave two bearish options for Japan. There's a third option. They do nothing. Hurting the rest of the world would bring dishonor. I don't think you understand how Japanese culture works. No. Yeah, I mean, if they do nothing, that's kind of bullish. At this point, I think he's taking the meme tactic of overinvest and hope for a complete collapse to reset what MOASS doesn't make them. That's how this works, right? Who? Elon? Well, he has to go public first and then IPO it to his biggest fans. Did SPX lap MQ? Yeah. It's 7 or 8 basis points ahead. Yields are starting to push up again despite VIX getting murdered. What do they think? JPEG's gonna cut now because Yellen's issuing fuck tons of debt? What a shit show. He just keeps it private. The market dies. MS goes under, so they can't call him on his loan obligations. And he walks away as the guy who saved Twitter until the world collapsed under it. Genius. All right. Why'd the pump? De-risking. Risk off. Up. We've been over this like 500 times. Risky shit happens, market pumps. May not pump into the end of the day. There's quite a lot of put buying going on. 20 and 30 are climbing quick. They went from negative to up 12 BPS rather fast. NVIDIA now a defense contractor? Are they creating a meatball mountain to fall from? Kind of feeling that way, yeah. I haven't entered new puts yet. I'll probably wait until the, like, till before the FOMC meeting. Listen, Nitu, they can't just skate by on their ownership of ChatGPT. The investors demand more. They're buying puts for later this week, right? Not 0DTs anymore. No, they're still buying 0DTs. Is this starting to bounce, or is this follow-up market action? I don't know yet. 20 and 30 year yields have doubled since we last checked. Up, more, 30 BPS now. How the fuck is the dollar down? This is insane, dork. Small drop. It'd be a shame if someone bought the dip. I think all the dips this year have been bought, Popcorn. No, everything will just sell off in after hours. It's not gonna sell off while the market's open, right? No, you should still carry a call hedge. Jesus Christ. There's like huge data after hours. What are you thinking? I mean, the board of RAD asked to be delisted immediately as part of their like filing. Apple's event? What event? Will my tip get excited after hours? I don't know. Will it? Event rumor to launch the next wave of ARM MacBook devices. Oh, who gives a shit? They have an M3 chip now. That's the next one, right? Who keeps advertising on my channel? M3.5. Apple would never use a decimal. It goes against all of their design elements. Apple does? Yeah. Next year, and this is true, rumor is the M4? No way. If you hold something like RAD into bankruptcy and delisting, and then RAD goes public again, I assume you don't get any equity in the new entity. Probably not. Occasionally, it can carry over, but usually not. Usually equity will be destroyed if a company's taken private. Like Bobby. Except they weren't taken private, they just went out of business. Revlon. What M? Oh, the Apple chip? I have no idea. The M2 Ultra? What about the M2 Ultra Pro? Did you see the Wall Street Bet shitpost about the people complaining that their dead BBYQ shares were removed from their account? Hilarious. I haven't, but now I want to see it. That is hilarious. Oop, yields are still going up. That's awkward. Yields up, vol down. Dollar getting actually punched into the fucking dirt. VIX, well, not in backwardation right now. Oh, there it goes. Never mind. Downside up. That's on selling CCs on target at 112. Okay. That's pretty far out of the money, right? I don't know. How long are you selling them for? Weekly? Hold on. Delta neutral's at 111. 111.42. Can you please 10x my 4180s? Can you 10x my 4165s? Hmm. Did futures just dump? No. Futures are just kind of flat, sub 4,200. We almost tested it earlier. Any ideas how they're keeping this up after the Yellen info? Well, I mean, yields got slammed into the ground, and now they're rising again. I mean, they're up like 40 and 30 on the on the 20 and 30 year. They're up 40 and 38 BPS already from negative. But they're not like skyrocketing. If someone was short yen, wouldn't they de-risk a bunch ahead of tonight's decision? I mean, that's probably why we're seeing dollar down, or at least they'd probably hedge rather than de-risk, but that's probably why we're seeing some effect of that in like the dollar yen. Yeah, 20 minutes left. This is fucking boring. Dump is a little strong for a $20 drop. Eh. Depends on how fast it happens, right? Like if SPX dumped $20 right now, that would be a dump. One candle, $20. Yeah. Even two candles. How do I do what? SPX up 1.38%. Economy breaking. Middle East escalating. VIX down 8%. This is the world we live in, Lawrence. Deal with it. After this stream, are you gonna crash? I don't know. I feel like the antihistamines are starting to wear off a bit. People are like acting like this is the end of the world. It's like we're at highs not seen since like last Thursday. Fucking relax. This isn't a Santa rally. It's like barely a relief rally. Tell that to my 2D poots. Bring them to me, and I'll speak with them. Halloween rally. I mean, probably some pumping into the end of the month, but 4150Ps. Save me. Oh Jesus. Are they even worth anything? Hmm. How bearish could the last 15 minutes be? 20 years back up to 0.5. 30 years almost at 0.5. Uh-oh. Vixen backwardation again. They better fix that. You surprised this hasn't fallen off a cliff here? No. Maybe I should be, but I'm not. Most likely close 4165 or 70. I mean, right now, based on like the positioning, 70 looks most likely. But if we slip it, we could drop pretty fast. I think it'll depend largely on how futures move into close here. Like yields are still moving up, vol's picking up. It could push a sell-off. If we got a little bit of a sell-off, yeah, we could fall pretty quick. There's not a lot of support. I don't think there's very much support out on tomorrow's expiration either. I have a line drawn on my chart, 4167.14. I think it's from something you said months ago. If we land on it today, I'm sending all of my money to Gherkin McVWAP, building with garbage, New York City, New York. Who gave you my address? Oh yeah, Dork. Dude, tomorrow doesn't look so hot. There's like one call wall at 4170 and a sea of red. Oh, you bastard. I'm done trading tickers with more than one B. Smart. So that was today on any of your or Dorik's JFresh's SPX predictions. Was there magically a fourth person There wasn't, but I mostly nailed today. We'll see where we close, but pretty spot on. This is my line. What is it, Dork? It's like winning at the coin flipping contest? No. There was real analysis that went into that. JFresh won on opening price. I hope we slip the call wall. That'd be really cool. We're not going to. They're gonna buy every fucking dip. I arbitrarily chose the path where we break 4,100. I know. But why did we all end up in the same range? The call wall's at 4,170 for tomorrow. So I picked reasonable opening prices. What about last week, Dork? When I called the end of the week within $2. Is that a coin flip? Or the week before that when I was 30 basis points off? It's just the Palantir demo orb. You know the actual secret before the quant stream. I just call like a fortune teller hotline and ask them what the price is gonna be. We gotta stop being so logical about our predictions. Next week, my prediction will start with a 250 BPS gap down, followed by a 10k BPS gap down. That's ridiculous. Literally 0 in 2 days. Fuck it. Man, if you're right. Also ban Pyrex 77. Why? Oh fuck. God damn it. I take it back. This is gonna be really fun closing it. Maybe the Bears will push the end of the day. The MM? Well, maybe. Here's a better question. Why are 4170 calls that are at the money right now not taking profits? He sounds a lot like JPOW. Maybe he is. I mean, I already took a straddle, so yeah, I would say the risk of the BOJ decision is pretty insane. Can you check BlackBerry? What an... Their CEO's leaving. Yeah, I don't know if that's going to continue or not. Maybe. Why is the market incapable of dropping $4, Dork? That's such a ridiculous amount of effort put into such an arbitrary fucking price point. No, my 4160. Well, a little bit. They're up 10 cents. Now they're up slightly more than 10 cents. Ooh. Just fucking sell them. I want to take back my previous complaint. Quick, time to buy the 4165 for tomorrow. All that issuance, it's gonna force the BOJ's hand, right? I mean, not yet. You're very impatient, Bob. These things take time to play out. You have a lot of other considerations outside of purely monetary policy. Put or call? Or 41.65 puts. I bought them at the top. They were like fucking 10 cents, but I'm pretty sure he bips me on the Discord one time. He definitely did. It'd be cool if futures would fail the midterm trend here into close. Ooh. Very close. Extremely sexual. Ah. Ding. The day is done. I don't know why that price keeps moving. Okay, that's over. VIX turning up a little bit into close. Yields rising a tiny bit after Yellen's announcement, but I expect they should go quite a bit higher. That's a lot of issuance for the next 2 fiscal quarters. Well, for the rest of this fiscal quarter and next fiscal quarter, which is I think the second one for the Fed, right? Or for the government. So it's like $1.6 trillion. Fuck, man. What a horrible day. What? Today was fun. The market did things. You want the market to not do things? This part sucked. This was lame. This was fun, though. And the end of day was kind of cool. $10 billion claim on barbecue DK Butterfly Trust. The fucking company wasn't even worth that much money. $4,200 tomorrow? Maybe not. Tomorrow's gonna. I think a lot of tomorrow's gonna depend heavily on the YCC decision tonight, and what UATA is gonna do. I don't think the Bank of Japan is currently incentivized to move forward with any kind of yen control policy because outside of their yield curve control, because the Ministry of Finance is still sitting on significant reserves. I expect they would deploy some of those reserves before changing their monetary policy stance significantly. But what they could do, and in order to ease the burden on the Ministry of Finance, is they could move forward with a yield curve control change. And Nikkei has reported that that's their intention already today. If they do that, then we're gonna see some weakness in the carry trade. It depends on how much they move the policy rate on the 10-year note. Back in August, they moved it up 0.5. Obviously, the impact was significant. There's probably more risk in the trade now than there was then. So I would say, if that decision is finalized tonight, we could see a very adverse reaction in the market tomorrow. Some of that may be stabilized by the Fed coming in on Wednesday. But the current market expectation is that the Fed isn't going to raise rates, right? And so if the Fed's going to hold and Japan's going to tighten, that's going to narrow the spread, right? So anybody caught up in the carry trade is going to be praying that the Fed raises rates come Wednesday. Otherwise, yeah, the risk in that trade is going to become significantly more pronounced. Let's take a look at some things before we head out for today. We got ES failing to break its well, not, I don't want to say long-term trend, but I think this goes back a decent ways, back to like early this month. We broke to the upside, and now we're failing into close. Yellen's issuance declaration should have some effect on yields, but we may not see a lot of movement until after the YCC decision or the BOJ decision. But I mean, yeah, failing that test is technically bearish. At least a retest to the bottom of the trend is now possible, which is kind of way the fuck down here, actually. Dixie down on the day, and then pretty flat since like 2 o'clock. It's starting to turn around, and that's kind of turning around with the yields rising back up. But again, I don't expect to see too much action there until tonight. Correlation turned back a little bit today, so we saw some of that vol drive out of indexes, but we still ended the day in backwardation. So we're still maintaining that backwardation against the VIX, like the forward convexity of VIX returns, and we didn't even move negative today. Last week on a couple of our bigger pumps, we actually moved negative. Today we stayed to the positive side. So as we see this climb back up, obviously that's going to put more pressure, or well, not more pressure, but incentivize long volatility. What else? So bond volatility actually moved up a little bit today, and that should be sort of inversely correlated with SPX moves. So if we see bond vol continue to move up into tomorrow, which we likely will because of the BOJ decision, then we should start to see this little turnaround in correlation move back to the upside, and we'll continue to see that dispersion trade break down. So today kind of just put a little pause on things. Correlation between VIX and VIX futures is breaking down really, really hard. Kind of in ways we haven't seen since like 2017. I mean, the vol control is kind of maxing out right now. So, and I guess we could take a look here, and I kind of want to just take a look at the 1 day. So yeah, we probably saw a pretty broad pump, both in breadth and on tech, right? And it's the only really big loser today is like Tesla. So yeah, I mean, this was a very, very focused and broad pump across the entire index. Now we're going to see if that's going to lead to repositioning over the next 2 days, maybe even just tomorrow, depending on the rate decision tonight, right? And if it is, and this is, simply just puts repositioning and longs taking the opportunity to risk off, we could be headed for downside into tomorrow. So I'll be checking out the options tonight. I know right now tomorrow's chain is mostly puts. There's a call wall at 4170, which we've now already slipped, and then a little more so into after hours. So that call wall may not even be of significance by the time we get back to market open, but it's there. So and then I'll have the write-up out tonight and the rest of the information for you guys once we get the data in. Thank you so much for tuning in, and I'll see you guys later.
Kenny's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kenny's.
It's yours?
No,
My mother said she found it in your closet.
I don't know. One of the guys must
Must have what?
Look, Dad, it's
Where
not
did you get it?
Dad,
Answer me. Who taught you how to do this stuff?
You, all right? I learned it by watching you.
Parents who buy weeklies have children who buy weeklies.
Just some pickle themed fuckers, not a call.